in remembrance of CJ. Drove the hearse Cadillac. A crowd of people gathered round, all dressed in black. And as they removed his body from the car, such pain she never knew has filled her heart. Why, oh why, I heard his mother cry. But oh Lord, it was the beginning of her and justice for CJ. In a mother's love, you will find everything's alright. To a mother's love, you are bound. You can rest on sacred ground. You are free to dream, because she sees what you can be. Did you know that mental health is a family affair? It's a family affair. It's a family affair. It's a family affair. It's a family affair. Wow. One child grows up to be somebody that just loves to learn, and another child grows up to be somebody you just love to burn. Mama loves the both of them. You see, it's in the blood. Both kids are good to mom. Blood thicker than the mud. It's a family affair. It's a family affair. It's a family affair. Oh, a family affair. It's a family affair. It's a family affair. Nobody wants to blow. Nobody wants to be left out. You can't leave because your heart is there. But you can't stay because you've been somewhere else. You can't cry because you look broke down. But you're crying anyway because you're all broke down. It's a family affair. It's a family affair. It's a family affair. Well, it's a family affair. Hey, hey, hey. I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us how we used to be. Everybody's searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. I never found anyone to fulfill my needs. A lonely place to be. So I learned to depend on me. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I fail, if I succeed, at least I live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity. Because the greatest love of all is happening to me. I found the greatest love of all inside of me. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all. Y'all know why y'all couldn't hear me? see if we can't do this over again. Greetings, everybody. This is the voice of Cheryl, and I am Toothless Tiger. Welcome to the Tiger's Den. Y'all not gonna believe why y'all couldn't hear me. I didn't have me in the show. That's why you couldn't hear me. I made this beautiful speech. I went through all of my greetings, so let's do that again. As the staple singles would say, let's do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Woo-hoo-hoo. Greetings, Laura. Greetings, Cachet. Greetings, Madria. Greetings, So Alicia. Greetings, Phyllis. Greetings, Asatar. Greetings, Crystal. And y'all, I was really greeting everybody and talking and had no clue that I hadn't added myself into the show. I want to also greet everybody in the clouds, in the trees, in the bushes, on the beach, in the sand, in the rain, wherever you may be. Greetings. Well, this is September the 3rd. And in the great state of Texas, and it could be this way in other places, new laws went into effect on September 1st. And I know it doesn't affect everyone in every state, but I want to share a few of the new laws that went into effect for the state of Texas. Perhaps you might want to check to see what new laws went in effect in your state, because it will make a difference on some things. Now, of course, we had 744 laws to go, and we will not be covering 744 laws, but I did want to share a few. Asator, stop or you choke me. That is so true. I thought I was talking and didn't realize I hadn't added me to the show. That's funny. Be that as it may, we are going to also revisit a couple of conversations we had the last time we met. We want to talk on a couple of stories I do. The one where the children are being dropped off and at the wrong places. I want to cover the story about the student throwing a shoe at the teacher. And then I also want to cover a very sad story that happened in 2018 when this young lady was murdered. She was a promising athlete, and she went to the University of Utah. And unbeknownst to her, the gentleman that she met was actually a sexual predator, but they didn't have knowledge of that. So we want to talk about dating in 2023 and in the age of artificial intelligence. But first, I'm going to start off with the new laws that went into effect, just a few of them that I wanted to share with not only you guys, but with the people here in the state of Texas. A new Texas law goes into effect September 1st, which makes failure to ID oneself to a police officer after being pulled over a misdemeanor. Now, that didn't used to be, but because of Senate Bill 1551 says, anyone who fails to provide or display the person's driver's license on the officer's request for the license can be charged with a Class C misdemeanor, which is punishable by a $500 fine. Previously, those under arrest could only be prosecuted for providing false identification. Providing false identification during a traffic stop will be considered a Class B misdemeanor, which is punishable by up to 180 days in jail, in addition to a possible fine of up to $2,000. That's very important to know, because we have the Penal Code 3802, which says if you're not in the commission of a crime, if you're not suspected of, or if you're not being detained, If the officer asks you to identify yourself, you don't have to present your identification. But this is talking specifically to a traffic stop. So if you're in a traffic stop, what I would suggest anyone to do, reading this information that I just read to you, if you don't have driver's license, just say you don't have them. If you have ID, show your ID. Never give a false name to a police officer because that can become very serious. And when you think of the classes of misdemeanors, and you can just Google it for your state, but like I said, some things are generally across the board, but the higher in the alphabet, and I guess I should say the first order of the alphabet, is normally the highest in the degree of the crime. And what I mean by that is a class A misdemeanor is equal to almost a felony. So it's the lowest class felony, the highest class misdemeanor. And then a class B, of course, it's a little bit less. And then a class C is a little bit less. And you can tell that just by the way that it's telling us that if you provide it, or if you don't provide it, it's a class C and a $500 fine. And then it's telling you about if you provide the wrong information, it's a class B. And you can get up to 180 days in jail. So that's just something to think about and to know, because not knowing is no excuse. Not knowing is no excuse. There is a beautiful saying, ignorance of the law is no excuse. So you want to become mindful and just start asking Google some questions. And you're not taking legal advice, but you're getting some semblance of legal knowledge. And then, if you need advice, then of course you would call someone who's licensed to give advice. Some people give it for free, some charge a fee for you to ask them a question. Most will not get into detail if you're not going to retain them. Moving right along, we have some new school safety requirements. House Bill 3 requires an armed officer at every school campus in Texas and mental health training for school staff that interact with children. The armed person can be either a peace officer, a school resource officer, a school marshal, or a school district employee, according to the law. School districts that can't meet this requirement can claim a good cause exemption, but must find an alternative plan. The law passed in the first legislative session after the school shooting in Uvalde. Also gives the Texas Education Agency more authority over school districts to establish robust active shooter protocols. Those that fail to meet the agency standards could be put under the state's supervision. The state will give each school district $15,000 per campus and a $10 per student, a figure that many school officials say isn't enough. In addition, lawmakers have allocated $1.1 billion to the TEA to administer school safety grants to the state's more than 1,000 school districts. And in Texas, the most notably they passed bill was House Bill 567, which bans race-based hair discrimination. The movement against natural hair discrimination reached national headlines in 2020 after a series of prominent cases, including 2 students near Houston who were told to cut their hair or be disciplined. So now you can wear your twist and your dreads and your braids and your afro and whatever natural state that you want to wear on your head. You're no longer going to be discriminated against and told that you don't fit the look. House Bill 114 requires schools to place students found vaping or using marijuana on campus, an alternative schooling, or a disciplinary program for a time determined by the school district. The Austin Independent School District, for example, will place students in these types of programs for 20 days. Finally, House Bill 1212 allows excused absences for children observing religious holidays. That's a good one too, because this is the country that said it was formed on the idea that we can serve whatever God we choose. And so being able to observe holidays that may not coincide with everybody else's, but it coincides with your culture and your customs, that has to be a great day. So perhaps there is hope after all. There is much more that we need to do as parents, much more that we need to teach our children. And I would suggest that we just start picking random subjects that we know that are not taught in school, and just start learning together. Remember, this is the information age. You can pretty much ask YouTube or Google anything and find an answer. YouTube will walk you through something, play by play. Google will basically give you the written answer to whatever question you have, and they may have videos. I don't know. Astatar say, wow, that's crazy. I don't like where that's going. Shake my head as far as having to ID yourself without having committed a crime or being suspected of committing a crime. Yeah, it's not a good place to go. And I have my theory on why they're doing that, but I don't know. But they are definitely doing it. And we're going to either not comply or comply. The choice is individual. And then you'll find out actually what the circumstances are if you choose not to comply. And Maria said, Astator, right, wonder what's next. Yeah, when you feel your civil liberties leaving you, then you can always know, Maria, that there's going to be a next. And I'm sure if your states have a lot of bills that pass like our state, then we probably haven't even touched the surface on a lot of what else. They also did a bill. It's Bill 2127. And in that bill, 2127, that's a bill where they're saying that they're limiting the powers of the big city. So here's kind of an idea where it's going in the state of Texas. I don't know. Like I said, check with your state and just look over some of those laws because they are in effect. We are on September the 3rd, so they went into effect September the 1st. Limiting the power of big cities prevents cities and counties from enacting local laws that go further than what's allowed under broad areas of state law. The Republican-backed law is the culmination of a years-long effort to rein in progressive policies in the state's bluer urban areas. Supporters say the law is needed to provide businesses with relief from a growing patchwork of local regulations. Critics say it kneecaps local officials' ability to govern and does away with much needed local ordinances like, listen to this, y'all, mandatory water breaks for construction workers. So that means with this law, they don't have to give construction workers water breaks. Cities have already sued to block it, and a Travis County judge has found it to be unconstitutional. But the law was still allowed to go into effect. Its full impact, what it allows cities to do and what it blocks, will be decided in the courts in the incoming months and years. Hi, Amelia. So we have to see. And I'm sure that's going to be very, very, very bad, especially it's a good thing we're into the fall of the year and not, still in summer. Because can you imagine that you're working outside in this heat and you're a construction worker and now they don't have to give you mandatory water breaks? Maria, you just asked the question a moment ago. Wonder where it's going. It looks a little bleak right now, in my opinion. Looks a little bleak. Astroturf say, what the hell? So we're going to dehydrate our construction workers? Makes sense. Yeah, and remember, they're the ones who perform all the, what are we always talking about? We need infrastructure, new roads, bridges, kind of makes you wonder. But this is in the great state of Texas. I don't know. About other states. But that's the great state of Texas. Okay. Couple of more I thought was pretty interesting. Targeting road district attorneys. House Bill 17 allows the courts to remove district attorneys for official misconduct if they choose not to pursue certain types of crimes. The Republican priority legislation was pushed as a way to rein in progressive prosecutors who had spoken out against pursuing abortion-related or election crimes. The law will also likely restart marijuana prosecutions in several counties. Because in the state of Texas, and especially in Dallas County, we're one of the larger counties, as is Harris and Travis County. Harris County is Houston and Travis County is Austin. And then we have Tarrant County that covers Fort Worth, and Dallas are seen as a metropolitan area, so they call it DFW Metroplex. Everybody kind of, put them together. And they're about 32 miles apart. And in between there is Arlington, which is a college town, and it's right in the middle of Dallas and Fort Worth. And it's in Tarrant County, though. That's Fort Worth. And so that's going to be rather interesting because I know the DA here in Dallas took away a lot of the strict charges for small amounts of marijuana because, marijuana is not legal in the state of Texas. Not even medicinally, although some people get it prescribed for them in the state and they can actually get the medication. But in most places, government-based, they're not allowed to do it. So that would probably be a prescription you would have to pay for on your own. Now, here's some interesting legislation that's coming our way. I guess Phyllis is saying Arlington is the fun district here in the metro of Dallas and Fort Worth. This is dealing with the LGBTQ community. And so we're seeing some rules changing in that area. Yeah, Texas is a very conservative state, Asatar. And the conservatives are probably the ones who's doing the most smoking, but you never know. You just go with the flow. And in all states, the federal law rules if they choose, and it's illegal under the federal law, but a lot of states have made it legal under the state law. They said that Texas is going to be coming around, but I have to see it to believe it. Maria said, yep, right, Toothless. Now, here's one. It says restricting trans athletes in college sports. Senate Bill 15 prohibits transgender athletes from competing on college teams that match their gender identity. The law extends an existing restriction on K through 12 athletes that require students to play on a team that match their sex assigned at birth. Hi, Tanya52. Greetings. Glad to see you. Yeah, Asatar, I think when I read that a little fast, and you're right. Because reading it out loud to you guys, it sounds like they're letting them go on opposite sides. But I read about 3 different things that relates to that, transgender and schools, but I didn't get them all. So, yeah, but I agree with you, Asatar, 100%. I agree with you. So I guess that's really great for them. Not so much, for, the heterosexual child, but we'll see how that play out, because I'm sure that's going to be challenged. You know how a lot of money is wasted challenging certain things. It's kind of like the TV show. There was a TV show called The New Normal, and some things are just the new normal, the same as the artificial intelligence. Doesn't mean that, I have to like it, but I can live with it and adjust and move forward. I think that once we really realize that whatever morals and values that we hold dear, they're ours. And just because someone does not hold your morals and values doesn't make them less of a person. It just means that they're different, because we get our morals and values based on our family heritage, what's been taught down generations. And that's what custom is all about. Culture. That's what it's all about, is families making rules and following them. And some people do things different than other people. And so some may think that, wow, that person is really this, that, or the other, but not necessarily so. They just could have been taught different. That's the time I told you, you just plumb crazy. Maria, I don't know if you read what Asatar wrote, but we're going to have to slap him left and right. And so, Alicia, you got to meet him on Keystone Polk and hit him in the forehead. Astor going too far with it. He is really being funny today. I thought you was talking about my latter subject. I didn't know you had went back and hit me with the quickness. Be that as it may, let's continue on. But give me one moment. Feels like I have to cough. I tell y'all, everybody around here at one point or another had the sniffles, then they had the cough, and now they're all well. And they had it for about 3 days, and I get it for about 3 months, look like. It's been 3 weeks for sure for me. Esator said I would be okay with the women transitioning into a man to compete in men's sports, but not a man transitioning into a woman to compete in women's sports, by personal preference. Okay. Yeah. And some people, have a problem with both. So like you said, by personal preference. Okay. There's changes to the university tenure policy. Now, this took effect September 1, but I don't know when it was argued because we had a big stink here in Texas at Texas A&M University. And if you know anything about Texas A&M University, College Station, they are well known as the Aggies, although you don't hear them speak Aggie a lot. It used to be everything was Aggie jokes. Aggie, but they had a controversy about a lady that they had invited, I think, to be over the school. And I guess maybe her paperwork didn't reflect it, but I don't know what the problem was. But when she showed up for the job, she was an Asiatic female, and there was great controversy. And she ended up just resigning the position. And it left a sour taste, so much so that the president of the lady stepped down that was there, who was kind of, I guess they would blame her as the cause of the confusion, which it's never one person. But that's really was very controversial. So I don't know if this law is because of what happened in that situation, because that was recent, or if this was something that they had been planning all along. But it says changes to university tenure policy. And this is Senate Bill 18. It solidifies university tenure policies into state law, placing more power over tenure approval and dismissal policies into the hands of lawmakers rather than individual university systems. The law does not go as far as the original legislation proposed by Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick to eliminate tenure at all public universities. I guess that's what he wanted to do. And here's a good one for people. For some people and for other people, it may not be so good because we have people that believe in these precautions, and then we have some that don't. But banning the C-19 mandates, and it's Senate Bill 29 in the state of Texas, bans the state from enacting mask mandates, vaccine mandates, or business and school closures to prevent the spread of COVID-19. In 2021, Governor Greg Abbott imposed these restrictions at the urging of U.S. and World Health officials as a way to rein in the deadly COVID-19 pandemic. and protect particularly vulnerable Texans from contacting, and I think they meant contracting, the virus. Many conservatives opposed the restrictions, saying they were needless or overused. The new law makes exceptions for certain entities such as prisons, hospitals, and assisted living centers or nursing homes. So for most people that are able and up and walking around, that law would apply. Escator said, I can't tell if y'all are laughing with me or at me. I hate y'all, Toothless and Crystal, so Alicia are picking on me. And yes, I'm telling Toothless on y'all. Escator, they laughing with you. They not laughing at you. I can guarantee you that. You have been the comedian of the evening thus far. And we love it. Keep it coming. So those are the new laws that went in effect. Just a few of them in the state of Texas. It would be good if you guys, the next time we come together, if y'all would share one or two new laws that went in effect in your state as of September 1, if that's the day that you all's new laws take effect. It would be very interesting to see. I know that a lot of big entities, their new fiscal year starts October 1. And I know it does for the Internal Revenue Service. And I could imagine it does for other government entities as well, but I don't know that to be true. So that's just a thought. And it's just my thought. Now, let's go to the Lauren McCluskey story. That's the young lady I was telling you guys about. And I would suggest whenever you get an opportunity to go to YouTube, it's a ESPN special. And they're interviewing her parents and her good friends and people that were, near and dear to her coaches, even someone on the guy's side. Because, as I stated, she was 21 years old. He told her he was 28 years old. And he said that he worked at a call center. He said his name was Sean Fields. And she was out with one of her friends, and she said that he was very big man, big muscular guy, big tall guy. And then she said that, he came and put his hands on Lauren's shoulders and ended up, asking her for her number, and she gave it to him. And her mom said she told her immediately that she was dating him. She was attending the University of Utah. And she said that in the beginning it was great. He was taking her out to eat all the time, kind of doting on her. But her friends, she had two good friends that was in the documentary, and one was Asiatic and the other one was European, because Lauren, of course, is European. And they started noticing things that concerned them about this young man. One of her friends said that they were at Target shopping, and he called and wanted to know where she was and why was she there. And her friend thought that was a little strange. And then the other friend said that he would call so much, and she would ask her, do you have to pick up every time he called? Why is he calling so much? And then into the relationship, he told her he was going to get her some pepper spray for other men because he didn't want other men talking to or messing with her. Thank you, Crystal. Guys, put what state y'all in the chat. Let me know what state you guys live in. You can put city and state or just the state. If you feel comfortable doing that. You don't have to do that if you don't feel comfortable doing it. Because we know it's a lot of craziness going on YouTube, and people looking in your chat and screenshotting everything that's written. And, so thank you, Crystal. One day I would like for you to explain New York and their what they call them, boroughs. It's always been interesting to me. I know they have different names, like Maria, where she lives, they call them parishes, and where we live, they call them counties. So it's just according to where you live is what they call your, I guess you could call it like the county seat. I guess in other places it would be the borough seat or the parish seat. It's kind of interesting. It's very, very interesting. Anywho, back with Lauren. So when she would go out, he would tell her, no, on the first date that they had, he told her she could invite a friend, but he told her to wear a t-shirt and jeans. So on the very first date, after he met her at a club, he was a bouncer at a club that she and her friend went to. On the very first date, hi, Rachel. Good to see you. The very first date, he's telling her what to wear. And he met her in a club, and she was an athlete, so she didn't dress skimpy or nothing like that. And she's a very, very beautiful, beautiful girl. And I know we always say that about people, but it is the absolute truth. She's absolutely a beautiful girl. For her life, just no matter what you look like, for your life to be snuffed away at 21 is just disheartening. But her friend started doing some research on this guy. And so what I would suggest that you teach your daughters and your sons in the information age, this shouldn't be happening to our children. Hi, Regina M. Good to see you. This shouldn't be happening to our children, because you can do a background check on anybody and you may not find out everything you need to know, but you could certainly look them up on the registry. In every state, they have a registry, and that's free of charge. All you have to do is ask for the state registry and then go to your state. And once you go to your state, you can put in that person's name. And if they're on that registry, they will show up. And if they're on that registry, you don't have to make up or wonder why they're there, because it tells you, excuse me, it tells you when you look up the registry, sexual offenders registry. So whatever it is, the nature of the crime. And, I think it's very important for our sons as well as our daughters. We teach our daughters, some of us do teach our daughters to do it, or we as parents, if we don't think that they will do it, once they share the name with us, then as a parent, you can do it. It could possibly save you some heartache and some pain. You just don't know what you're going to meet today. A lot of people now are meeting people online. I did a video once about, it's a sector of YouTube, and they are Asiatic, and the women were just all just calling each other all kind of names. They were just really harsh. It was terrible because they were having YouTube, I called it YouTube love and hip hop, because it was like one of those kind of things where people are having, hey, custom cousin, glad you're here. Where people were having, YouTube relationships, and they were so strong because a lot of the people were sending each other, they call it sexting for children, sending pictures of their body parts, and the women were, barely dressed. They had on naughty negligees and things of that nature. And these people were really arguing and fussing and wanting to meet up and fight over guys or women that lived in states and cities far from them. So there's a lot of dating sites people go on. That's how a lot of people meet today. They don't meet in person, and they don't get to see how the person look when they're telling them their, history and what they do for a living and their family life and the interaction with their family. A lot of people, you don't get to see all of that. You just get to see the aftermath, because it's a lot of people meet these people offline, and some of them don't get to tell about the date that they had, because they either come up missing or deceased. So it's I think in the information age, there's no excuse today. Maybe 4 years ago, 5 years ago, we had computers, but you didn't even think along those lines. But the world is constantly changing, no matter where we are in life. Every day, something is changing. And if we don't stay abreast of what's going on, then we don't know what can really happen to us. We really need to stay in tune to what's happening. Or like I said, just be, we all say we're curious about a lot of different things. Then we should be driven by curiosity and just ask questions of Google and see what the answers are. Right, Phyllis, everything must change. And it shall change. Nothing stays the same. Or no one. And that's another thing that we have to understand, that people constantly change. And some people may say this person has split personalities, but we all change throughout the day. I'm always a believer that happiness is based on happenings. That's why you seek joy, the inner peace that only you can have within yourself. You have to do that. I call it again the you factor. It's all about you. And if you don't do that, if you don't find you a place within yourself where you can have joy. Greetings, Izetta. Glad you're here. If you can't find that place within yourself, I guarantee you, you're going to be forever confused, upset, with a headache, trying to figure people out. You don't have to do any of that when you know who you are. And that's right, Regina. It always starts and ends with you. You have to know that. And you have to believe that. Because basically, things we do in life is based on what? What we believe. It's based on what we believe. That's what drives us, is our belief. And there's nothing wrong with belief. We need belief in order to acquire faith. But those two together is not enough. Then we have to manifest it into fruition. And some people think by any means necessary. And I tend to say whatever you can live with, because it's your decision. And again, what I had to learn is that everybody's moral compass is not my moral compass. And if it doesn't go too far over the scale, I can accept and live with their moral compass. I have no judgment. I talk about everybody I know, good, bad, or indifferent. But I have no judgment, because I don't have nowhere to send nobody. Can't nobody send me nowhere. So I just live in the reality of what I believe life to be. Yes, Regina said the mind is the most powerful living organism. And what it contains, because we got to remember, we have three minds. We have the mind of the brain, the mind of the heart, and the mind of the gut. And that's why you trust your gut. That's that intuitiveness, that intuition that we all really have. But it's according to how in tune we are with ourselves, if we can hear it, feel it, and adhere to it. Because, sometimes you go somewhere and everything looks beautiful, and you just know you're going to have the best time of your life, but then something in your gut tells you, you don't want to stay here. I think you might need to get up and go. Greetings, Sister T. Yeah, you might need to get up and go. So when you feel that, you hear that, that's your brain, your mind in your gut. And then, your heart may tell you, well, no, you might need to go ahead and stay. You don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. You got to go with your gut. It's not going to lead you wrong. Then the mind will step in and start wanting to negotiate between your gut and your heart. So you got to be in tune with you so that you'll know. The you factor is what it's all about. And once you're one with you, you can be one with anybody. But it starts, as Regina M. said a moment ago, it starts with you. Nobody else. It starts with you. And as I said, it ends with you. And it's just that simple. Now, how long did it take me to get to that simplicity? It feels like a lifetime. It feels like a lifetime. It's amazing how we expect things of our children and of other people that it took us a lifetime to accomplish or to comprehend. And we want them to get it out the first try, the first time. And don't let me be the one that's teaching it. You sure better get it when I give it. But it doesn't work like that. It didn't work like that for me. And I had some of the best teachers known to man, my mom and dad. But I didn't always get it. I'd give anything to be able to sit down and chop it up with my daddy to let him know some of the things that he taught us growing up. I really got it today. I comprehend it. And I see it the way he taught it. I didn't see it then, but I do today. And the beautiful thing about that is having sisters and brothers, and you all can go back and talk about the things that your parents taught y'all and how y'all comprehended it then and how you know it now. And one thing the old folks kept telling us, just keep living. If you keep living, you'll get it. And that ain't no lie. All you got to do is keep living. So as we go on with this young lady, her friends looked this young man up and found out that he was on the register for a sex offender. Her parents would tell her to call the police when he would do weird things because she decided after she found out, oh, he wasn't 28 years old. He was 37 years old. And once she found out his age, everything about that relationship she realized was a lie. It started on a lie. Amelia said, you're right, Toothless. Sometimes I have to pull back on my kids because I remember how I was at their age. Yeah, and that's good. I'm glad you said that because that's what I share with individuals when I talk with them and we're talking about children. Sometimes we have to be a little lenient in some areas. It's amazing how they allow children to make decisions on some of the most important things in your lives that children don't have the mental capacity to do because the brain doesn't totally develop until they're about 25 years old. And like I said, when you go with the elephant community, study nature. I promise you, if you ever have some downtime and you just don't know what you're going to do, and if you just get sick and tired of this world and the things that go on in the metaverse as well as the universe, just try to find you on YouTube, because they have them, any lion story. I like the ones where they don't have the humans, in the picture. Like the tour guides, I don't want none of those. I just want the lions and someone's just telling the documentary. Then you can see them in their habitat and in nature and how they operate. And then the elephants. And I was talking about the elephants because with the elephants, as I stated before, the elephants, the males don't leave home until they're 40 years old. Hold on 1 minute. Feel like I got a call. Y'all forgive me. I guess I don't have to tell y'all I got a cough. I could just say, hold on 1 moment. Eventually, this is going to stop. It's gotten much, much better, but my voice still goes in and out. And I'm still coughing and hacking, and everybody else is walking around looking like they're just so happy. But not me. I'm doing a lot better, though. But the elephants, the young men don't leave their mothers until they're 40. The daughters never leave home. And with the lions, you'll see that they leave around about 3, I think, about 3 or 4 years old. And that's the boys, they have to go, because there can only be one king in the jungle. I was going to try to take a nap, but I've been working on my paper for the last 4 days, trying to get it ready, because I got a deadline. And I just didn't get to take no nap. But they sure feel good sometimes when you can get them in. They really do. But we as humans, we like to put our children out. And I just use we as inclusivity, because I would have loved for my son to stay home forever. But of course, he went off to college and he only visits his mother. We haven't lived together since he went off to school. And I'm proud of him and all that he has accomplished. But we as humans, we tend to can't wait until our children turn a certain age. And a lot of parents haven't equipped their children for anything, let alone being on their own, and then wonder why things happen, or they get caught up in things that ought not be. And perhaps if they had more training, the Sonbook says, train a child in the way it should go. When it is old, it won't depart from it. And then we have others say, well, children don't come with no instruction book. Well, perhaps not, but I do know that you know how you want to be treated. I know that you know what you were taught, and I know you know what you felt you wasn't taught, and what you would like for your children to know. So it's something that we have to do as parents, and reading is fundamental. And if you don't feel like reading, you can now buy, you don't even have to purchase the book, but it's good to own books. But you can just do digital, and you can just listen to it, on a stream. But there is more than one way to skin a cat. And it's good to talk to different people, and then you formulate your own ideas on what you're going to do and how you're going to do it. But, how can a person do anything except they be taught? And if they're not taught, then they're not going to do it. They're not. Because they don't know. And that's what's wrong with a lot of people. They don't know. Although they should know at the age that they are, a lot of people really don't. They don't know. They were not taught. You remember the saying, and it is written, you can tell a tree by the fruit that it bears. You can tell the fruit that the tree wasn't much because the fruit didn't turn out too great. Now, a lot of that is a you thing. It's your decision to choose between right and wrong, because it's put in every man healthy, a conscience to know right from wrong. It's put in every man. And you make the decision whether to choose right or whether to choose wrong. That's your choice. Whichever one you choose come with consequences. You choose right, you get good consequences. You choose wrong, not so much. you may not live through the consequence. The consequence could be the end of you because one wrong mistake, one wrong decision that one calls a mistake. Thank you, Amelia. I appreciate it. I actually lived 64 years, and it took me all but 30, if not 40, to be the woman that I am today. Even though my creator, which is my mom, equipped me with everything I needed when she gave me life. She even taught me right from wrong. That's why I envy no one. And that's a good life to live when you envy no one. She taught us, all of her 8 children, never envy anyone for what they have. Why? Because you might not be willing to pay the price that they had to pay to get it. Boy, that's a beautiful thing to live inside your knower. When you know that you know, that's a hell of a thing. My daddy taught us to know yourself. Like I said, I'd love to sit down and chop it up with him today, because today I really understand what that means. When he told us that as teenagers growing up, we didn't know what the hell that meant. Had no clue. And my daddy was kind of like the Sun Book, which most call the Bible. He talked in parables. So you're trying to figure out, is this literal? Is this figurative? You really didn't know, and you really didn't even know how to ask them a question to get the answer. He was not the disciplinarian in the family. My mother was. But that king of the jungle roar, and my daddy didn't even, fuss. But that tone and that speech level, oh man. Ain't nothing like when a man speaks. Regina M. say, my avatar is an elephant, which happens to have a heart. I use it as a symbolic. Some will get it, and those that don't may have more work to do, or comfortable as is. I am not surface level. Now, sister, I'd have to say you're pretty deep. Pretty deep. Yes, Crystal. Very much so. My daddy used to tell us he'd rather call himself a child of God because he see a Christian to do anything. So they do all kind of stuff in the name of and pretend all they got to do is say, forgive me. And they do the same thing. So he said, no, he a child of God. It's just some things you're just not going to do. And I think that's what distinguishes you from the herd, because, we were trained under the herd mentality as a people. That's why you have so many people ganging up on people, even in our adulthood. Never in my life would I believe I would be 64 years old and have so many people 20 years younger than me disrespect me in the manner that I've been disrespected. But this is, as they love to say, YouTube. Hi, OG Wade. Glad you're here. Never would I have dreamt that. Now, my son did tell me, y'all old folks need to keep y'all old ass off this internet. He told his mother that. And he really told me that, and all the love that he had for me. And whenever we really just sit down and chop it up, he'll call me Cheryl. He calls me Mama. But when we just chopping it up, he'll call me Cheryl. And he says, Shirley, you sure you ready for this? And I said, oh yeah, I think I'm ready for this because I ain't going to be doing the stuff other people doing. I'm just going to be doing this right here. He said, but all right, I done seen all kind of stuff. And he told me the different names that they called the thing that we call doxing, and he's seen people have different things. You know, people actually got together and fought, and people got hurt. People lost jobs, spouses, homes. Oh, no, I ain't gonna be in none of that. And I will be. You don't know when you're in the metaverse. But all you can do, as for me, in my house, I'm going to stay my course and stay on my mission. I'm going to always defend me. Always. In the manner in which I defend. But I don't have to be a part of the craziness. It's too much. Yeah, and if you look at our interview, I have an interview with my son that we did July 25th. No, I'm sorry. That was the one I did with Armando. When did we do it? We did our interview maybe a week before or 2 weeks before, my son and I. And actually, he was telling growing up toothless, you know. And, you know, he tried to tell me, and I said, oh, no, child, I ain't going to be in none of that stuff. You ain't got to worry about your mama. You talking about, all right, sure, I'm just telling you. And when, you know, the craziness started, because he'll come in every now and then, and he may come in tonight. But he said, I don't have to come in there and listen to you. I've been hearing that shit my whole life. I hear it all the time. And that's so very true. Because I repeat myself. I'm just like the word. Learning comes from what? Repetition. Repetition strengthens and confirms. Faith comes naturally. Now I can say this. If you're repetitiously doing it wrong, then you might be in trouble. But if you're doing something right and you continue to do that which is right, right comes out of it. It doesn't mean you're not going to be attacked, because you're going to be attacked from all sides. You remember the scripture, and Fred Hammond made it a beautiful song, and it's one of my favorites, and I sang it myself. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. So when it says no, it's letting you know that a weapon is going to be formed against you, but it ain't gonna prosper. Thank you, Regina. He is. He knows his mother very well. Very well. He's my counterbalance. I'm a Scorpio and he's an Aries. And he's an only child. I brought my niece home from the hospital, and she's like 6 years younger than him. So that's the closest that he has to a little sister. And then he and my sister that I live with, her daughter is, this is 23. She's 10 years older than my son, and they grew up like he was her little brother because she's an only child too. My mom had 8 kids, but most of us had 1 or 2 kids. Children, I should say, and not kids. Kids are goats. Culture is in the language, and I try to remember that we got to change our language. And I'm not talking about cussing because, you know, I love to cuss. My daddy was a cusser, and I used to tell people, please don't pray for me not to cuss. Pray for you to stop gossiping and being in other people's business. But don't pray for me not to cuss, because my daddy cussed and I couldn't wait to get grown so I could cuss. I couldn't. Ooh, I couldn't wait. And if I talked to my dad, I could talk to him like I'm talking to anybody. My mom, my mom wasn't a cusser, so it wasn't necessary. And some people think it's disrespectful or whatever, but it's according, again, back to your morals, your values, whatever you value. That's what it is for you. See, because cussing don't bother me as long as you're not cussing me, calling me out of my name. That's the way my daddy taught us. I don't have no problem with nobody saying nothing. As long as they're not calling me all that, I'm fine. Because I'm not going to call them all that. And they say kindness begets kindness. So respect should beget respect. But that don't happen in the metaverse. And then everybody, once they disrespect you and mistreat you, their answer for that is, this YouTube. As if that makes it right. Oh no, you shouldn't take nothing serious. Okay, well, put your home address out there and put your car out there. Let people see your house. Let them see your car with your tags on it. But see, my home is all I have, so I can't run from home. I can't do it. Regina said, you make me laugh every time you say I love to cuss and couldn't wait to get grown. I couldn't. That's for real, though. I mean, that's on the for real. All of us cuss, but I'm the one by far that cussed the worst. My sister that passed, that she could beat me out. And two, she was a fighter. I'm not a fighter. Matter of fact, all my siblings were fighters, but me, I'm not. I'm not at all. My fighting come to the pen and the paper. And when you're young, don't nobody care about no pen and no paper. But that's how I fight. I don't mince words. And I know a lot of people, when people were, and still are, not so many today, just one deranged person, but when people were attacking me, I didn't deal with those people. And people to tell you, don't respond to them, don't respond, don't say nothing. No, don't say that to me. You say that to you because, number one, I don't respond to everything these people say. They talking about me every day. I'm not responding to none of it. But if they accuse me of something, I'm not going to acquiesce. And that's when you'll see me respond. Yeah, because I don't care about how good people can talk. We all can talk shit. We grew up in the ghetto. Most of us did, and some of us may have been privileged. I wasn't one of those people. We grew up in the projects, and now I live in the heart of the ghetto in a home that my mama, who was a maid, left us. And my sister and I live together, and my nephew. So now, I just learned how to do things different. I was the baby girl. So my sister that lives with me, she's 5 years older than me. And then I have a brother 2 years older than me and a brother 2 years younger than me. I'm the baby girl. My mama had 4 girls and 4 boys. Now, you would think I was the oldest sometimes. Some people think I am, even when me and my sister is together. Why? I don't know, because they think because I'm fat, I look older. I don't know what the thing is. Because we're all pretty sound alike. If you hear me, you pretty much hear them all, minus the cussing. Scripturally, they got me beat. I know scripture, but not like them. I got one sister, you can start out and she's going to finish it. And I got another sister, you can say the beginning and she's going to tell you where it is. And I'm like Madea, I might start it and I'm going to mess it up. So all I can tell you is look it up, honey. If I misquote something, look it up. I'm subject to mess it up. I am. Regina say people will do and say a lot of things over this app and across social media. But the ones that say it's just YouTube and then try to destroy people's personal lives, it becomes personal. Common sense. Tell the truth now, sister. You ain't never lied. And that's what these people do. They play with your life. And then they put your family in it who has nothing to do with it. They label people homosexual. They put your babies in it. They put my little nephew in it when he was 4 years old. My sister's grandchild. Then they started threatening, telling her she better watch out for her grandchild. You know, it's all kind of manner of stupidity. And all that just to get people to give you money? No, it's not that serious, and you're not getting that much money. 9 times out of 10, you're not reporting the income. You know, they love to brag on their $100,000 cars and things of this nature. Their house they had built from the ground that they don't live in, they say. It's all kind of craziness. And then they get what seem to be intelligent people. At least you think they're intelligent. You know, y'all speak to each other and say 1 or 2 words in other chats. And you thinking y'all done formed a little relationship. And baby, the person get mad at you and everybody in the world now mad at you. Remind me when I was in elementary school. I didn't even go through that in junior high and high school. I went through that in elementary school, where the bully gets mad at you and the whole class gets mad at you. And not just your class. I'm talking about if you was in the 2nd grade, the whole 2nd grade, A, B, C, D, E, F, I think they went up to about G. You know, like 2A, 2B, 2. The boys wouldn't even talk to you. If the bully was a girl and she got mad at you, baby, you could forget it. Nobody talked to you. But boy, I never thought at 64 I would be on an app, number one. And now that I'm here, loving what I do, that I would get mistreated for loving what I do. I had no idea that people get mad at you just because you love what you do and good at it. I don't compete with nobody. For sure, Yvette. I don't compete with people. There's no comparison to me. As you should feel the same way about yourself. There's no comparison. You're just who you are. And if you like me, you're the baddest person living. The most beautiful girl in the world. With or without teeth. And I've been without teeth a long time. Matter of fact, mine came in bad. And then people on this app try to make fun of me with no teeth when I came on here toothless. What sense do that make? What are you saying? What are you doing? Yeah, I'm that girl. I can wear no teeth and smile like a mug. I will. This #1 draft pick brother said that they could chain me outside the house and wash me down with a hose. Like an elephant. That's what he said. But I wear these big elephant arms out just like the most muscular of them all. Because you know what? Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. It's just according to who looking. And how they interpret what they see. But see, if you don't never see me, I do. And when I look in the mirror, I see the most beautiful girl in the world looking back at me. And I'm real all right with me. I don't compare myself to people. There is no comparison. That's why I don't debate people. I only debate my equals. All others I teach. Ain't nobody got to prove nothing to me. They ain't got to explain nothing to me. They ain't got to tell me nothing. Think what you think. This is America, the place where you can think where you think and say what you say. That's what they told me. This is that place. Hi, Allison. That's what they told me. So I don't have no problem with it. I'm so easy. I'm like Lionel Richie. I'm easy like Sunday morning. That's just how easy I am. Now, some people don't believe that. I was reading some transcripts from, some of these people that made videos about me. And I was reading some from Lady DJ. And boy, I laughed because I just didn't know that lady said all that stuff she said. And what she said was such a lie and so off. And she said she was speaking truth. Because I said that she really hurt my feelings when I found out she was talking about me. I had no idea that she viewed me in that light, and then she started telling me about me. And because she said now that the shoe was on, the truth was on me, now I want her to change. No, woman, you ain't telling the truth, number one. Now, if you was telling the truth, I could go along with you, ma'am. But you ain't telling no truth. You lying. And you going by what you were told. And you pretend you were not, but you were. Yeah, I said I used to like to listen to her when she talked about, how the men attack the women and stuff from like her older days. That's what I liked about her. But when she started talking about me mine and me putting everybody in it, and I didn't call nobody's name before they called mine. I didn't say nothing about nobody before they called me. Excuse me. Hey, Kelly. Hey, Complex Simplicity. Yeah, I didn't do that. I went to bed happy and thought everything was beautiful in life. And well, I know everything wasn't beautiful in life because it was an incident that happened one day, and I thought it was, strange. And I tried to call the person to ask them about it, and they didn't answer my call. And I thought that was strange, but okay. And then they came in my chat with some stupid stuff, and they, people always say don't go in other people's chat with, whatever issues you have somewhere else. So I can respect that. That make all the sense in the world. I don't let people come in my chat with no bull. And you're sure not coming in here disrespecting nobody in here. That's just not going to happen. We have a pretty fun-loving, talking, decent chat, I don't have many people, true that. But I have engagement, so I don't need many people. I just need people to be happy that come and enjoy me as I enjoy them listening to me. Because we both get something out of this. Like my son said, everything that I say, he done heard me say, not to just him, but to anybody that I approach. Because I'm always trying to help somebody do something. I'm always writing a letter or something, making a phone call, taking somebody somewhere. I don't do too much taking anybody anywhere no more. I mostly do everything here in the house and on the phone. But I do it. And I do it because it's in me. I can only keep what I have by giving it away. So it ain't enough money that I can make. And, I would love to get more cash apps, and I would love to get more super chats. I really would. But I'm real all right with what I get. Because I have some great, faithful people. And they give what they can when they can. And I know it's hard on all of us. But I'm all right. I'm really all right. They say if you do what you love, then you'll never work again. Well, I retired 12 years ago from the Internal Revenue Service. And I used to just watch YouTube. And I used to watch the scholars. A lot of different scholars. Mostly the older scholars. And then I started researching and always was a reader. And I started, just looking out of a new pair of glasses. Something that nobody would have ever made me believe that I would have ever done. But I did. And it's so liberating when you really know who you are. Boy, it's one of the best feelings in the world. Not who somebody think you are, not who somebody say you are, but who you say you are. That's why, I don't have a problem letting people know that I am who I say I am. I am that I am. No more, no less. I am who I say I am. People either like me and like me, or they don't like me, they don't like me, they don't like me. I don't really have in between in my life. And I'm just like the one that everybody call God. Ain't no lukewarm with me. Friend or foe. It's just what that is with me. And you're going to always be a friend until you show me that you're a foe. That's the way I live my life. And that's how I get my feelings hurt, because like I said, I had no idea this lady, like, she was telling me some hell of a shit, and she was telling me the truth, and she was putting me in my place. She needed to let me know. And I'm like, what is this woman talking about? She doesn't even know what happened. Because I don't know what happened. If I knew what happened, then, she might could have told me something. But I don't. And today I don't care. Whatever the reason is. I needed that experience. But I didn't need that person. I needed that experience. So that I could share it with somebody else in hopes that they don't go through the pain of what I went through. When you come to this metaverse, you got to be very careful when people come to you wanting to help you. And it makes it real hard, because then it makes you not want to trust anybody. But I can't live my life not trusting nobody. You're just going to have to break the trust. Because I'm going to extend to you what I would like for you to extend to me. And it's very hard to say I respect you, but I don't trust you. That's an oxymoron. You can't do that. You can say that. And that's not a matter of my morals or my values. That's a moral of principle. And I live by principle. Now, I am a girl from the hood. I'm a ghetto girl. And I like the word nigga, and I use it. I'm not like the ones who don't like it. I'm, don't have a problem with you not liking it. Try my best not to say it around you. But I know that I try my best now not to say it on YouTube, because I like the little checks that I get too. I really do. They really are another stream of income for me. And they want, all of a sudden, they say they want our videos to be more advertiser friendly. But now I done seen all manner of stuff on YouTube, and those people have dollar signs. And they're saying all kind of dastardly stuff I wouldn't even dream of saying. So, I don't know how they do these algorithms. In my opinion, and I could be wrong, they squeezing us out. They're taking away our ads, and then they're getting a great percentage of our super chats and our memberships. And I can't worry about if mine are gone. I was here a year or so before I ever got monetized, so no biggie. I'm not going to do anything different. I have cut down. And they say we can cuss, long as it's not 50%. But I don't even cuss in my videos anymore, and they still have to manually review it. And then after 7 days, tell you, oh no, it's not good for advertisement. And you got people over there calling you everything. Everything. And not just one person, several people in different places. People you don't know, because they love to tell you don't know them. Well, that's amazing to me. And Sister T, I don't know if you're still here, but I understand how you feel about that lady, because she lied on me and said that I said something I didn't say, and she can't make me say it. I did not say it. And that's supposed to be why she didn't like me, but I just have to say she never liked me, and that's cool. That's cool. I'm real all right with that. But I'm much of the opinion of what you came to the conclusion. I would never try to have a conversation, because there is no conversation. It's a lot of name calling, and then and I don't talk like that. I don't do none of that. And I know I've done nothing to anybody, but because of one man, these people would turn on you. So what I learned, and what I try to share with people, because I still encourage people to get on YouTube. If you have a hobby, something that you do, something that you like, something you've gone through, if you've overcome something, if you befriend these people like I did, thinking that they were here because they were really concerned and really liked me, then yeah, you probably gonna end up with your feelings hurting in the middle of some stuff. You just be kind to people that's kind to you, and just keep on moving. That's what I still tell people to this day. Don't let anybody stop you. You may be the voice that needs to be heard. You may be the one that changed somebody's mind. You never know. So I won't let them stop me. I'm not that kind of woman. I'm not going to do it. I think Regina said something earlier. No matter what a person tries to display, their real character is revealed in what they do and how they speak. Tell the truth about it. You don't have to know specifics. Tell the truth about it, or what's behind the scenes. It all comes to the light. Sure enough, and I am the light. And so since I know that, I don't worry about it. I really don't. I ain't worried about no thoughts and what they think about me. And did I do something wrong to you? I know I ain't done nothing wrong to you. So shit, if that's what a person is waiting on from me, they would never get that from me, because I know I haven't wronged anybody. Anything I've done, I did it for a reason. And it wasn't with no hate, or no anger, or no malice. It was a conscious decision. I always have to search myself to make sure. And I do that even in my writing. You have to check for your tone, because a lot of people have a problem with my tone. So you have to check for your tone and your readability. Try to get your emotions out of it, because we are emotional people, so we don't really handle business in the manner in which we should. We handle it with our emotions. Regina said there is no relationship without trust. Repeat for those that didn't get it, or carry on, and good luck. No, you're telling the truth about it. I'm a firm believer in that. It's no way. It can't be. And that's from everything that's written, because it all goes together. Kelly said, nope, don't be distracted with chaos and confusion. Yeah, no, Kelly, I can't be distracted from that. Thank you. And it's always good to be encouraged. You know, not that you care what people think, but you do. It's written. Don't let your good be evil spoken of. And as much that lie within you, you do what you can to keep the peace. But ain't nobody asked you to be no fool. If you done everything you know to do to keep the peace and the peace don't want to be kept, then hey, we ain't got no peace. You know, it's like they be hollering, no justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. Well, there can be no peace if there is no justice. So y'all saying that wrong. There is no peace without justice. Justice brings peace. But you know, it's just amazing. Back to Lauren McCluskey. After the guy got her the mace, then he started talking about they're going to the gun range. And her friend said, oh yeah, that just sounds like too much. Why y'all going to the gun range? Well, he was thinking about getting her a gun in case she needed to protect herself from other men. And her friend said, no, that don't sound right. And so she talked to her mom about it, and she decided she was going to break up with the guy. And she broke up with the guy. But she had went home for the holiday, and he had her car. So when she got back to school, he was supposed to bring her car. Her mom called us campus security to let them know that her daughter was back at school. Her boyfriend had the car. He was bringing it back. And the lady said they had a security officer that could come and stay with her, you know, while they exchanged the vehicle. They did that. And then she said shortly after that, he started sending her all kind of, well, not him, but people that he knew, supposedly from all these different phones, you know, just like these people make up these phone numbers and send you all these texts. They start texting saying that he was hurt and he was in the hospital. And then some of them said that he had passed. And she didn't believe that. And then he called. Now he wanted to just go out to eat or something. And she's like, no, she didn't want to do all of that. And she kept ignoring him. And he then sent her a text saying that the marshals or somebody was at her dorm and she needs to get there right away. Something has happened. And she didn't believe him. And she went to the security of the school. And the security guard said, no, this is not one of our phone numbers. So she went to her therapy session because her mom told her she needed to go to therapy. And I recommend therapy for anybody, but you have to really choose your therapist wisely. If you don't, you'll find yourself being their therapist. That's what I've found in the past. A couple of therapists I've had, because I am truly a therapist person. Some things you need to talk to about with a total stranger. You would love to share it with somebody that you communicate with all the time, but you run the risk of, when emotions come in the picture and anger, they throw it back at you. Regina put in the chat, part 1, in 2018, University of Utah athlete Lauren McCluskey realized her boyfriend might not be who she thought he was, and worse, that he might be dangerous. Well, she did everything she could, and she did everything right, and they reported everything. But she had just left her therapy class, and she was talking to her mom on the phone, and her mom heard, no, 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 no. And then she said, it sounds like somebody was dragging her. And then the phone dropped. And they immediately called the police, and they actually started looking for her. And this guy was waiting for her when she got to her dorm. And he grabbed her, picked her up. They had it on camera. But do you know they didn't turn the film over? They just recently saw that film, like with this documentary. Regina put part 2 in there. She broke up with him and pleaded for help as he stalked and extorted her. No one listened, and she was murdered. Now, the extortion, he told her that he was going to put some explicit pictures that they took on the web, but he was being blackmailed as well, and she needed to pay him $1,000. And she sent him the money, of course, but he was just lying all the time. And he borrowed his neighbor's car to go and to do what he did to her. So once he drug her from the parking lot, he put her in the back of the neighbor's car in the back seat and shot her 7 times. 7 times. Left her, ran across the bridge because they got a big long bridge on the campus of the University of Utah, and they have a train system that comes through. And he sat there like he was waiting on a train, and a gray Sonata came and picked him up. Well, come to find out, the gray Sonata that came to pick him up was a woman that he had met on a dating site after he had just left to go do what he did to this young lady. He went up and waited on another young lady to come pick him up, and he took her out to dinner. And they went back to her place and had a little wine and had a little fun. He took a shower and left. And after he left, the lady, I guess, cut on the TV and saw his picture plastered on the TV, and she went to the police and told them about what had happened, and it was her car. Maria said, yep, she sent him 1,000 twice. And Regina M. says, I put a synopsis of Lauren McCluskey case for those who may not be familiar with the case to understand the discussion tonight. Awesome, Regina. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And Kelly, yes, therapy is good with the right therapist. Basically, what they do is just give you an opportunity to hear what you already know is true. A lot of the battles that we have are not with other people. They're wars within ourselves. Some of us are procrastinators. And we don't make decisions. We put them off. Sometimes we deal with other people's problems so we don't have to deal with our own. That's what seems like a lot of people on here do. They come on here and they call this entertainment, but nothing is entertaining about plastering people's family all over YouTube, about trying to destroy people's reputation and their names by calling them child predators, pedophiles. Nothing is entertaining about having people call your job, claiming you're racist. Nothing is entertainment. None of that. But it's just YouTube. No. None of that is YouTube. No one that's not on YouTube shouldn't even be a part of the conversation. Everybody claimed that this was all about roasting. I don't hear no roasting. I don't hear it. The laughter, the fun that used to be seemingly in the chats, you don't feel it anymore. And one thing, like I told the #1 draft pick, Nobody can ever feel what you feel. That's your pain. I can empathize, but I can't feel what you feel. I know that because it's the same for me. Nobody can feel the hurt and the pain that I feel. No matter how they may want to, they can't do it. And then I determine how long I want to hurt and feel the pain. It's called working through it. You can't run from it. Wherever you go, you take you with you. Geographical areas, you can move all over the world. Wherever you move, you going. So you can't run from you. That doesn't happen. So when they went and the young man, the girl told it on him, they went looking for him. Foot chase ensued. They got him. Well, he got away. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, they said he was in a church. And he shot and killed himself. So her parents lost their only child to a nutcase who took his own life, so he didn't even have to pay for what he'd done. They found out he had actually sexually assaulted 2 women while on the sex offender registry. And then we have here on YouTube people calling me and others child predators, pedophiles. And then we find a real true predator who's on the registry for crimes against a minor. And now everybody wants to negotiate or relitigate a case that was litigated over 15 years ago. This person has been on the registry for 15 years. Must be on the registry for at least 25 years before they can petition the court to be removed. But now it's like the whole pedophile conversation has shifted. Now no one wants to talk about pedophilia anymore. Nobody want to talk about child predator or sexual predator or Chris Hansen to catch a predator. Nobody wants to discuss that anymore. But as long as one man was calling me a child predator and a whole 2 sectors calling Uncle Suge a child predator, calling Sister T's husband a child predator. That was everybody's was having videos atting me in their conversations. When you gonna do this? When you gonna do that? When you gonna do this? But now that we have a real live predator on YouTube that we know, now we're not gonna even discuss him anymore. He's just gonna go away. These same people that's worried about child predators, they say, don't even care enough to contact the authorities. But they say this is just YouTube. I don't think so. We had a baby girl, Briasia Terrell, was killed by a child predator. Her mother did not know at the time that he was older than her, much older than he told her. And she had a baby by him. a son that, I don't know at what age he decided to leave her, because when he met her, she already had 2 children. Briasia was her middle child and her only girl. They ran into him at a picnic. His child was 8 years old. Briasia was 10. And after running into him, his child wanted to spend some time with him. And I'm sure they talked about it, but they happened to see him at I guess it's like a convenience store at a gas station. The mother pulled over, and he said he wanted him to come and spend some time with him, and she agreed. She was at work when he came to pick up his son, and they said that little DL was real close to Briasia. They was very close. He wanted her to go, and she wanted to go. The grandmother didn't want her to go. It's the maternal grandmother. They said that they were between homes at this time, and they were kind of like at her house. And the mother was at work, and because she wanted to go, she allowed her to go. They called the mom to let her know, and she would be taking clothes over to them. And she came off work, went packed up both of her babies' bags of clothes, included pajamas in both of those bags for both children. Actually took it to the man's house. And they said the son, DL, was a little upset because he's supposed to have been spending time with his dad, but his dad was in the bedroom with his girlfriend and Briasia playing a game. And little DL was left alone in the living room playing by himself. Well, he's a kid, 8 years old. Came time to take a shower, eat dinner, go to bed. Briasia went to bed first. Then the girlfriend, supposedly the dad, and they told him he could stay up to 12:15. And then he went to bed. Sometime during the night, his dad took his sister. Now he says that he saw her get shot. So I don't really understand that part of the story. But he's 11 now. This happened 3 years ago. And he said it's very hard to talk about it. I thought the defense attorney was so arrogant as he was questioning the young man. I thought he was badgering the witness, but that goes to show what I know. His name is Dinky. Briasia is the little girl name. It's all over YouTube. It's Dinkie, I think is his name. And he looked like a big burly man with long plaits, with 4 long plaits. He's very arrogant. But he too is a sex offender and should have been registered. You haven't heard about it? Oh my goodness. That's the hottest case going. Her name is Briasia Terrell. If you put in Briasia Terrell Let me put her name in there. I'll put his name in there too. Her name is Briasia. I'm doing all that typing. I ain't even in the box. Well, life is really something. You have to laugh at yourself. I ain't lying. When you can't do nothing else, laugh at yourself. And you got to go look at his interrogations. Oh, Regina, you really missed it. You got to start with his interrogations. He was so arrogant in that newsroom. I mean, in that police room. It was unbelievable. It takes me forever, but don't worry. Hold on, I'm coming. Okay, that's the link to his interrogations. I don't know what's happening with this music. I just don't know why nobody would be flagging, but you know what? These people just flag. So shit, you can't stop them from doing what they do. They can't stop me from doing what I do. We'll just do what we do until we can't do anymore. So that was the Lauren McCluskey story. Briasia's story, the judge, they decided they wanted a trial by the bench. And these people are very, a lot of these child exterminators, they always kind of choose bench trials for some reason. No, he was the baby boy's biological father. He and the mother used to go together. And he lived with another woman that he pretended he didn't live with when this happened. And they say that the other woman is terrified, actually petrified. She's past horrified of him and his family. So that sounds like another wild and crazy family of people that harm people. But it's a very, very, very sad. She's such, and like I said, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but she's such a beautiful little girl with beautiful hazel brown eyes. And she and her mom's hair was twisted just alike. Her mom had her hair twisted like hers when she went to trial. It was twisted like her baby's on the picture. But that man did that. And that lawyer, the way he was talking about how they just concocted this case and Oh man, his lawyer was more arrogant than he was. And I know the lawyer has to defend his client no matter what. But it was just unbelievable. But they got they got the trial broken down in, small videos about 10 minutes long. But you can go and look at the whole trial. I didn't start watching the trial until close to the end. I think it went about 14 days. So I didn't start looking at it until close to the end, but it's very interesting. The judge is out now. He's making his decision. And it's some lady that I seen has a channel, and she says that I guess in their state that the judge has 60 days to render a decision. So I don't know, if that's true or not. And if that is, he may take, almost all of that time. But the way he talked to that little boy on the stand was just terrible. And I just don't know why the DA, she did a real good job. I just don't know why she didn't object. But they allowed him to sit there and do that. And I tell you, it's a lot of people that are actually doing this to their children. I saw another lady today. And I was there at the sentencing. I didn't see the trial. But I was there at the sentencing, and well, if y'all had heard the stuff that lady said when they gave her a chance to speak. And I know that lady got a right to say whatever she wants to, but it just made you want to slap her upside her head. She came in there reading scripture, and she done killed her natural born child and a child that she adopted with her husband. And what I didn't understand is the relationship. I think it was the husband's brother's child, but I wasn't quite sure on that. But that was that they had a bench trial as well. They want the judge to make the decision because they know that they go strictly by the law, but they don't understand what the law entails. They just think they do. I've got to find the name of that case that I saw. Yeah, it is a lot of sick people, and that's why I was saying we need to really, really, really talk to our children and let them know. I don't care who it is. If you're going to start befriending people, you need to really check them out. There may be a time when we didn't have to do that, but we may have always needed to do it, but didn't have the means to do it. But now we do. And since we know how it's done, and sometimes you can just pay $1 for a free trial for, 7 days. Greetings, Lord King. You can, do okay, Kelly, that document on that lady was crazy. Very sick. Oh, you saw the one about the lady that I'm talking about that did the children? Is that the one you talking about, Kelly? Because, girl, that woman, I could have just whooped her slap out that courtroom. And the judge really wanted to give her a chance. He really did, but he told her she showed no remorse. And she didn't. And she got, I guess, $1 million when she killed her. Well, she and her boyfriend killed her husband. Yeah. Okay, you know the one I'm talking about then. Well, that was horrible. Absolutely horrible. And then when she had a chance to speak, she comes there talking about John 8. Girl, if you don't shut up. But First Amendment. First Amendment get us every time. Oh, see, I didn't see the whole thing. I just seen the end. Let me play a song or two for you guys while I catch my breath on this cough. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. It won't work. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. It won't work. You see, Cheryl will do what she said she will do. She will stand by her word and see it through. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. It won't work. There just ain't one. There just ain't one weapon, no. You see, I'm the weapon. And I do what I say I'm going to do. Some people are made of plastic. And you know, some people are made of wood. Some people have hearts of stone. Ha! Some people are up to no good. Yeah, but let me tell you something. Something about me that you should know. If what you're looking for is integrity, then I want you to know that is me. You see, what you see is what you get. Look at me. What you see is what you get. I said what you see is what you get. Now YouTube and real, yes real, I'm the best thing yet. Everybody wants to know what's inside my groove. I don't even care as long as it makes you move. Some people call it rock and roll. Some people call it soul. It doesn't even matter as long as it makes you move. You can call it what you want to. Whatever feels right. You can call it what you want to. The parody is for you to just dance all night. Be free to call it what you want. As long as the sound makes you move and groove. You can call it what you want. You can call it what you want. What is this groove that makes you move? Some people call it funk. The music that I sing has no name. Call it whatever you want. What is this groove that makes you move? Some people call it funk. The music that I sing has no name. Call it whatever you want. You can call it what you want. Tangled-eyed girl, your tender eyes makes me wanna hurl. It's your forehead against the world. Kwame will never trade you for another girl. Tangled-eyed girl, your tender eyes makes me wanna hurl. It's your forehead against the world. Kwame will never trade you for another girl. Tangled-eyed girl, your tender eyes makes me wanna hurl. It's your forehead against the world. Kwame will never trade you for another girl. Brown skinned lady, where your husband at? When he woke up, you were typing in that chat. He sat up so he could think. Next thing he knew, you were taking skinny link. He left home to be with his side piece. He left home to be with his side piece. He said, baby, this ain't right. I'm gonna leave and go back home tonight. It was about 4 a.m. when he grabbed a handle. He walked right in and you were on a panel. He left home to be with his side piece. He left home to be with his side piece. Texas in the South, Louisiana in the South, Georgia in the South, Florida in the South. Everybody do the shark boy, shark boy. Hey, shark boy, shark boy. Everybody do the shark boy, shark boy. Hey, shark boy, shark boy. I said he's sitting on the beach and playing in the sand. The people want to swim and he's snapping at their hand. I said he's sitting on the beach, they playing in the sand. The people trying to swim and he's snapping at their hand. Do the shark boy, shark boy. Hey, shark boy, shark boy. Everybody do the shark boy, shark boy. Hey, shark boy, shark boy. I said he's sitting on the beach and playing in the sand. The people trying to swim and he's snapping with their hands. I said he's playing on the beach, sitting in the sand. People trying to swim and he's snapping at their hand. Do the shark boy. Hey. I'm always with my mama. She's my favorite girl. Always love my mama. She brought me in this world. Sometimes I feel so bad when I think of all the things we used to do. When mama used to clean somebody else's house just to buy me a new pair of shoes. I never understood how mama made it through the week when she never ever got a good night's sleep. Oh, she's one of a kind. You got yours and I got mine. Oh, hey mama, my heart belongs to you. Oh, yeah. Always love my mama. She's my favorite girl. You only get one, yeah. You can't beat the tag team giving, no matter how hard you try. They'll just keep on and keep on telling lies on videos. Do or die. They'll send trolls in your chat to get you all bent. You just keep going and stay focused on the content, because you can't beat the tag team giving. That ain't no lie. It is written, shun the very appearance of evil, and don't let your good be evil spoken of. See that old man over there in his chair? This old man is living in the bottle. He done quit his 9 to 5. He drink full time, and now he's living in the bottle. Well, see that old man over there in his chair? This old man got a problem, and it's a bad one. Now he done pawned off everything, his old woman wedding ring for the bottle. Well, and don't you think it's a crime when time after time people living in the bottle? These people living in the bottle, y'all. You know, sometimes in a relationship, be it male or female, we tend to not want to let go. No matter what's going on in our relationship, we just want to hold on. Sometimes we find ourselves singing this song. And I am telling you, I'm not going. You're the best man I'll ever know. There's no way I can ever go. No, 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 no way. No, 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 no way I'm living without you. I'm not living without you. I don't want to be free. I'm staying, and you're gonna love me. Ooh, 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 love me. You're gonna love me. And I am telling you, I'm not going, even though the rough times are showing. There's just no way. There's no way. We're part of the same place. We're part of the same time. We both share the same blood. We both have the same mind. And time we've had so much to share. No, 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 no. I'm not waking up tomorrow morning, and finding that there's nobody there. Darling, there's no way. No, 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 no way. I'm living without you. I'm not living without you. You see, there's just no way. There's no way. Tear down the mountains, yell, scream, and shout. Like you can say what you want to. I'm not walking out. Stop all the rivers, push, strike, and kill. I'm not going to leave you. There's no way I will. And I am. You know, sometimes in a relationship, be it male or female, we tend to not want to let go. No matter what's going on in our relationship, we just want to hold on. Sometimes we find ourselves singing this song. And I am telling you, I'm not going. You're the best man I'll ever know. There's no way I can ever go. No, 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 no way. No, 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 no way I'm living without you. I'm not living without you. I don't want to be free. I'm staying, and you're gonna love me. Ooh, 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 love me. You're gonna love me. And I am telling you, I'm not going, even though the rough times are showing. There's just no way. There's no way. We're part of the same place. We're part of the same time. We both share the same blood. We both have the same mind. And time we've had so much to share. No, 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 no. I'm not waking up tomorrow morning, and finding that there's nobody there. Darling, there's no way. No, 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 no way. I'm living without you. I'm not living without you. You see, there's just no way. There's no way. Tear down the mountains, yell, scream, and shout. Like you can say what you want to. I'm not walking out. Stop all the rivers, push, strike, and kill. I'm not going to leave you. There's no way I will. And I am telling you, I'm not going. You're the best man I'll ever know. There's no way I can ever go. No, 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 no way. No, 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 no way I'm living without you. I'm not living without you. Not living without you. I don't want to be free. I'm staying. And you, you're gonna love me. You're gonna love me. Yes, you are. Ooh, ooh, love me. Ooh, 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 love me. Love me. Love me. Love me. You're gonna love me. All righty now. Thank y'all for being so patient with me. And I really appreciate y'all loving my songs. I tell you, that was some of the darkest times here on YouTube when I decided to just make up me some songs so that I could stay sane. So I really appreciate y'all appreciating me, because I really don't really think I can sing. I just like to I like to sing. I have a song in my heart, and so I like to sing, and so I just sing all the time. And since I'm not too good with the computer, I don't know how to do the edits and how to make songs and stuff like that. I just decided, well, I'll just make my own little old songs up. And I appreciate y'all for appreciating them. It really warms my heart to see people enjoying them. It really does. I think people don't really understand when you say like things bewilder you, or if they hurt you, they don't understand that you don't have to be in a relationship with them behind the scenes. And I think that's what that lady DJ thought when I said that, she really hurt me with the things that she was saying, because she was adamant about getting people to understand that she didn't talk to me behind the scenes. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you so very much. I appreciate it. And Kelly, if you ever want to come up, all you have to do is just ask for the link, because I don't really drop my link. But if anybody wants to come up that's in the chat and want to share something, an idea, something that's going on in the real world, or anything that you have an opinion on in the metaverse, then you can always, feel free, because I really do appreciate you guys spending time with me. I stole this from TY, and that means that you could have been anywhere spending your day, but you chose to spend this time with me. And so from that, I'm truly grateful. My voice goes in and out, but eventually it'll be back to normal 100%. I don't know if y'all are aware of this story, and this is a story that I saw on Roland Martin, and this is a Supreme Court judge, I believe it's in North or South Carolina, and she was made a statement about the, disparity in the treatment of Asiatic people and the Europeans. And she got a little, backlash on it. And so she decided to file a federal lawsuit. And they're trying to remove her from the bench. And it is so very unfortunate that in 2003, while people are playing and thinking that everything is so free, that we're still having these type of conversations and situations in the age of artificial intelligence. In the information age, it should be the times of our lives. We should be just absorbing knowledge. as much as we can glean. And if we're at the stage where we just feel like we don't want to learn anymore, we should make sure that our babies are absorbing knowledge and perhaps learning some things that we were not taught. How simple would it be to sit down with a child with a 1040 EZ tax return? And I'm talking about a child of reading age, I would say 11, 12, 13, and show them, even though when you're dependent of your parent, then you can never claim your personal exemption, but just show them how simple it is to read each line and do what it says, and show them how to do that. Or to take them to your local credit union or bank, wherever you have an established account, and open up an account and teach them the accounting system at the very basic stage, the putting in, and you cannot withdraw if you don't put anything in. It's just so many things that we could be doing to make life a little bit better for us, people who have been resilient and have fought against all odds, and we're still excelling in every area of life. But it's so many of us that are not. And we understand why, to some degree. We understand to some degree. But it's so much that we have to deal with. And that's why a lot of us chose YouTube, because it can take us anywhere we want to go in the world. If you want to go and sit by Niagara Falls and never leave your home, you can put it on your YouTube and put it on your television, and you can sit right next to the falls without getting wet. If you want to travel to Kenya, to the Serengeti, you can sit right at home and see all of the animals of the wild migrate from season to season. It's, I just love you dearly. Yes, ma'am, I shall. A double play for you. Let me put some respect on here. Yes, Kelly, a virtual field trip. Let me put some respect on this. See that old man over there in his chair? This old man is living in the bottle. He done quit his 9 to 5. He drink full time, and now he's living in the bottle. Well, see that old man over there in his chair? This old man got a problem, and it's a bad one. Now he done pawned off everything, his old woman wedding ring for the bottle. Well, and don't you think it's a crime when time after time people living in the bottle? These people living in the bottle, y'all. One more again now. See that old man over there in his chair? This old man is living in the bottle. He done quit his 9 to 5. He drink full time, and now he's living in the bottle. Well, see that old man over there in his chair? This old man got a problem, and it's a bad one. Now he done pawned off everything, his old woman wedding ring for the bottle. Well, and don't you think it's a crime when time after time people living in the bottle? These people living in the bottle, y'all. Thank you, Black Rain. Greetings, glad you're here. Let me say thank you to my dear. And everybody, this was my very first song that I made when I was trying to figure all of this crazy stuff out. And then, Regina, I want you to tell me, who is Michael K. Williams? I don't know who that is. Let me take you back to my elementary school days. I didn't do nothing to these people. I didn't do nothing to these people. I didn't do nothing to these people. People. I didn't do nothing to these people. I didn't do nothing to these people. I didn't do nothing to these people. People. I didn't do anything to these people. But I'm being bullied anyway. We will stop the bullying. And it starts with me. My new hashtag, not me. Girl, I didn't even know that was the man's name. When did he die? I didn't even know he was dead. Do anybody in the chat know any children that have a parent that's incarcerated? And I asked that question because you want my new rap song? Okay. I asked that question because sometimes, we want to help people and do things for people, but we don't know who to help or who to do things for. But if you know anybody that have a parent that's incarcerated, maybe you could pick a date, maybe, and spend an hour or two with them. If they're close to you, somebody in your family. I think that could help the child and the mother and you. Okay, Maria. I got to think of the name of it. I started out with one song and now I have a whole EP. Oh, I think this is it. Maria. Fake money. Fake money. Fake money. Fake money. Fake money. These niggas always tell a lie on you, and if you're not gonna sue, they think the lie becomes the truth. I know that the song gets very corny, but it's not worse than showing 10 racks of phony money. Fake money. Fake money. Fake money. Fake money. Fake money. Fake money. Mundo. Baby. There you go. Yeah, I saw him on The Wire, and I saw The Wire, well after it had gone out. My son had told me about it, and I took a look at it and fell in love with it, and I just binged on it. Yeah, we got a lot of people flashing fake money, Crystal. Talking about all their money, and then talking about I'm trying to take their money. Who trying to take fake money? Nobody. As Keith Sweat would say, nobody. Especially not me. Nobody. But The Wire is truly, yes. You would love every show. At least I did. And from the way we like kind of the same things, you would love it. Yeah, you would love it. If you can find it, go look at every episode. It's really good. Yeah, but that's where I came up with that one from, with the flashing the fake money. I try to, like I said, when I'm going through, instead of, getting on here acting like these people act, I just kind of just make me up a song, and I be laughing at myself. Excuse me. One good thing is I don't have a dry cough. So that's the good thing. But I ought to be through by now. But I'll let it go as it go. But yes, it's really something, and that's the way I cope. And that's one thing we have to do, is try to find us a way to cope when we're going through craziness. And I love it when we're positive. That's why I like looking at and listening to Iceberg. But one thing I know with the Hermetic principles is that for everything there is an opposite. So for every positive there is a negative. And if we don't acknowledge the negative and work through the negative, then sometimes we deceive ourselves. And if it's one thing that I can leave with anybody, is I would always tell anybody, to thine own self be true. And I promise you, if you're true to yourself, you'll be true to everybody. Now, everybody may not like your truth, and that's okay. But if you're true to yourself, you'll be true to everybody. That's something you don't ever have to worry about. And another favorite of mine is, I'm not a gambling person, but if I had to bet, I would bet on me every time. And I think if everybody started looking at themselves as the unique, wondrously made individuals that we are, boy, I think that we could really change the trajectory of a whole lot of lives. Just to have that mindset, because it's all in how we think and how we feel and how we handle our emotions. One of the reasons I love Dr. Umar so much is for his teachings. And he stressed to us as parents that we must teach our sons. And I say our daughters now, because, the way everything is flipped, we're having girls doing as much crime as the young boys, but the boys, because they're under attack, self-discipline. And then I started having to utilize that in myself. You think you're disciplined, especially because we love to say how grown we are and adult we are, but some of our behavior is that of children. People can't even have decent conversations on here. They say they want to talk, and then before they can even get up to the platform, they cussing and hollering, and the person coming up cussing and hollering, and you're like, how y'all gonna have a conversation if everybody cussing and hollering from the jump? I can see it escalating, but if you start the conversation like that, chances are great you're not gonna have no conversation. And I wish we could get back to the fun roasting. Even though I didn't participate in the roasting, there are some people are really funny and say some funny stuff. growing up, we all grew up roasting somebody, your siblings or your cousins or your friends at school, whatever circle you ran in. That's what we do. That's how we had fun. I'm 64, so growing up, we didn't go to the movie theaters a lot until we got older. So we kind of made our own movies and made our own entertainment. And some of the best entertainers and comedians there are is in the hood. You just can't beat it. It's absolutely authentic. And what I try to stress to individuals is to be your authentic self. Good night, Maria. Oh yeah, Black Rain, we don't have conflict resolution skills. And we really don't normally even be introduced to such wording until we go on a public job. And it's according to, what type of job we have. I was fortunate enough to work for the, United States Treasury. And working there, I was able to get some of the best training that they have for facilitation, mediation, and that happens to you on your job. Hey, Catchy. Oh, girl, ain't it beautiful that you got a mama there that can work you to death? I would love for my mama to be here. And boy, I wish I could taste some of that food for the holiday tomorrow. Because I don't know nobody barbecuing. My sister's preparing to go out of town. I don't know Doja Cats, so I haven't seen it. Has anybody seen Doja Cat's video? And do anybody know Doja Cats? I know that feeling, girlfriend. That's the way I was with my mom. And she's been dead 30 years now. And I hear people say that I'm not my child's friend. I think that's really a disservice to your child. Because my son and I, we're actually best friends. As a mother, he knows I'm his mother. And trust me, I know he's my son. And we respect each other in that way. And I even respect him today as a grown man being my only child. But we have a friendship in such a way that he still shares things with me. Sometimes things I don't want to hear, but because we've had that relationship where I've given him permission to be honest with me, because one of the things I taught my son and any child that ever come and converse with me is that don't live your life one way with me and live another way out in the streets. Don't do it. Number one, I'm your mother, and I'm going to be with you no matter what. Number two, I can't help nobody. I don't know what I'm getting myself into. And we haven't had any of those problems. That's just what you teach your children growing up. Because what you try to do is prevent them from having problems. Like Rain said, I lost my mom 2 years ago and my sister in May. Oh, you have my humblest condolences. So sad to hear that. Are you coping well, Black Rain? Because I, like Catchy, thought that I couldn't live without my mom. But when she got sick and my mom died in hospice care, I had to have a talk with her. Although I could do nothing about the journey she was on, But what I wanted her to know was that she had my permission to leave. I would be selfish for her to stay in the state that she was in. And my mom had never been sick a day in my life until the year before when she got sick with her gastro problem, her intestines. Oh, that's beautiful. And I would submit to you, if I may, if you guys got closer, then keep talking to him. Keep talking to him. It really helps. You know, we're the only group of people that don't really heal by maintaining a relationship with our loved ones once they transition. And never, ever, ever, whatever you feel it. Never suppress your tears if you need to let your tears, if you're angry, or if you're just hurting, if you're not in a place where you can release it. I talk to Maria a lot, and I give suggestions. My son say that I'm always giving unsolicited advice, and I do. And I am very opinionated. That's me. He's not as hard on me as I make him sound. We really have a lot of fun. But he is a man. And I love hearing his perspective. But if you need to sometimes, get in your car, let the windows up, cut the music up, holler, scream, yell, do whatever you need to do to feel your pain, because one of the greatest things in life is being able to live life on life terms. A lot of our, people that we see caught up into alcoholism or drug addiction, they're not bad people. They just don't want to live life on life terms. And until they get to where they are ready to do that, then they use that as an escapism. Oh, that's absolutely beautiful. Oh, that's absolutely beautiful. My wife is my absolute best friend and mate. My family and hers are very close. But it really, really, really helps. Really, really, really helps. Do y'all have enduring names for each other? I find when I hear people call each other enduring names, they seem to have the best relationships. Esther, you so crazy. Oh, thank you, Catchy. We got a new member. Let me play Maria's song. We're not going to play the fake money one. We'll play in the bottle. See that old man over there in his chair? This old man is living in the bottle. He done quit his 9 to 5. He drink full time, and now he's living in the bottle. Well, see that old man over there in his chair? This old man got a problem, and it's a bad one. Now he done pawned off everything, his old woman wedding ring for the bottle. Well, and don't you think it's a crime When time after time, people living in the bottle. These people living in the bottle, y'all.
Your face. Your face. You got to remove the excess water. Now she's coming
This
out.
is how you do it.
Thank you.
In case anybody is wondering about that, thank you when I'm in the shower with my gown on. It's a story behind that. Okay. Rain and storm, and our son is the hurricane. His wife is the wave. That's absolutely beautiful. Asator said, bro, I love hearing about people in love and love stories. I'm just giving you a hard time. Yeah, I do too, Asator. But on my video where you see me coming out the shower that has a story behind it, I don't know if y'all remember when Gil was here, he did a little parody of taking a bath because he said that the #1 pig never took baths, and she was showing him how to take a bath. And so some of the content creators on here were saying that I couldn't wash my own behind, and I couldn't walk, and I couldn't get out the bed. They had to roll me up out the bed for me to do my show, and things of that nature. And so what I decided to do was we went to a 5-star hotel, which is the Omni Hotel Dallas. Beautiful. And I had the presidential suite for my birthday last year when I turned 64. My sister got it for me. And I had this beautiful walk-in shower. And so I decided to do the Gil parody and show individuals that I could not only walk, I could shower, I could wash my whatever, and I could bend and wipe my feet. And so we were just having fun with it. Well, at the time, it was a lot of people defending this man, Skinny, that has been haunting me for a year. And one really made fun of me, TY, by making a drop of me singing the last part of that. This is how we do it. And so they thought I was angry about it, but I wasn't angry about it. I thought that was a brilliant idea. And so I said, well, hell, if he can make a drop, I'll make my own drop. And so I just took some of that and made me a drop. And that is how that came about. So in case y'all wondering, why is this woman in the shower with this gown on? That was it. I was just making a parody off of a drop. I thought that was a brilliant idea. Since all of that, TY and I, we've made up. We don't just hang out, but we respect each other. He thanked me, and he actually apologized to me. And I thanked him and apologized to him. Straight talk and Southside. We all had a beautiful moment in time. And I was truly appreciative of that. When you know that you've done nothing to people and they want to keep saying that you have or causing confusion, then you just keep on pushing, because I believe in standing on my square, and I'll let no one knock me off. If I come off my square, it's because that was my choice, and I don't choose to do that. So my daddy said, let time whoop them. It's a lot of things you don't even have to do time or do it. And that's true. But there are some things you must need addressed. You can't allow for it to go unrefuted or unrebutted. Because when people are accusing you of something falsely, and if you don't rebut that, then in law you acquiesce to that, and it becomes what they say it is. And so I love to hear people say different things, but I always have said and will continue to say, nobody can tell my story better than me. So I'm going to tell my story. And, people then can choose what they choose. I really don't care. I'm not telling it for anybody to agree or disagree with me. Although it's really good when two walk together in agreement, because it is written, how can two walk together except they agree? So it's always better to be in agreement with someone. The problem doesn't come until you disagree. And me, I don't agree to disagree with anyone. If we disagree, we just disagree, and we can drop the subject and move forward. But I don't have to agree to argue, because my daddy taught me that disagreeing is arguing. And so it can start out with just words, but it can end up with a uh-oh, and somebody's down on the ground. So it doesn't ever have to go that far with me. Good night, Regina. I really appreciate you, and I love and thank you for your input. And you do the same. Black Rain said, my motto is, you don't have to like me. You don't have to respect me. But disrespect will never be tolerated. I love that, because that's one that I learned. That is one that I learned. Because what I learned is, nobody has to respect you or love you. Those are two things that are not demanded. They're given. They're given freely. But I'm with you, Black Rain. You don't have to like me. You don't have to respect me. But I won't accept no disrespect. Zero tolerance for disrespect. And I'm one of those people that I don't care if you keep my name in your mouth. I don't say keep my name out your mouth. You can say my name as much as you want. This is the country that you can do that. They call it freedom of speech. I don't have to answer to you speaking my name. That's why I don't go back and forth with people. But if it's something that I feel I need to address, by all means, I will address it. I will most definitely address it. And we all do things different ways. So it's not necessarily a right or a wrong way to do something. But, you can have a best and a better. And we're all striving to be better than we were a moment ago. At least I hope that's something that we would strive for. I've never seen so much disrespect from children to me, being 64. These people mainly are between the ages of 35 and I would say maybe 64, because I'm 64. But most of the people that we interact with are probably in their 50s, early 50s. These are some of the most disrespectful people. And I think some people are not even that way. But because of the herd mentality, they just join the crowd. And they become what the crowd is. And that's unfortunate. So very unfortunate. But I am so glad, Black Rain, that you found my channel. I hope that you would go back and check out a couple of my videos. Most of my short videos you can still see, but a lot of my videos from days of old, I have them on members only. And I have them that way because these people are very treacherous, and they started going back in my older videos, flagging them for things that were false, but they flagged them anyway. And it's just a lot of treachery. And so I just put them in a position that if they want to flag them, they're going to have to pay to do it. And so, but some of my videos, just for the past month or two, all of them had to go through YouTube. And so they're still there, because of the ones that went through YouTube and have the green by them, then I'm going to say they're flag proof because YouTube allowed them to stay. And then the ones that are yellow are the ones that a couple of them I put on age restricted for 18 years old, because I knew I was going to be talking a certain way, because I really am a cusser. But because they're changing the way they do things, hey, Trinity, good to see you. Because they're changing the way they do things, I'm changing with the time, because I really enjoy the little check that I get. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's not many places I go. Matter of fact, I only go to Sister T's and Uncle Shoes are the only two that I go to. I try to support many people on this app, but you really come to know what I came to know, because I didn't really understand the YouTube world. And my son didn't know it in depth, but he just tried to tell me about how it goes. But my brother saw it before I did. And that is, most of these people are about money. And that's where I guess it's a problem for me, because I'm not about money. I want any money that I receive. Make no mistake about it. But I'm not willing to do anything for money. And I came here to share my story, my wisdom, my journey on finding out who we were before we were slaves. That's what I used to talk about a lot, but I think I've given enough keys and knowledge for people, if they're interested, that they can research on their own. But I do give away the Henry Black's Campbell Law Dictionary, 4th edition, and the book Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars. All anybody has to do is email me, and my email address is strolling across. It's Toothless Tiger 7 at gmail.com. That's the easy one. And I have one that's CYJern 1026 at gmail.com. And if you email me, anybody email me, I send them to them free of charge. I was just trying to help uplift our people, humanity, period, because I see people as one race, and that's the human race. I know we're broken down in nations and nationalities and ethnicities, but from my research, we all are one. And we just divided up in our own culture and customs. And, that's the way families are. We start, with our family of origin, and then we branch out. We get our own family, and we start new traditions and cultures and things of that nature. And so I know that it's a lot that we are not getting as a people, in the news, in the community, in the education. So I thought that maybe I could just, share a little bit of what I've learned and what I know, and hopefully it will inspire somebody, whomever, because you don't know who's looking at your videos, and you don't know who you may touch. And so that's why I try to conduct myself in such a way. I'm not trying to go to Hollywood or nowhere. I'm just right here in this bedroom, as they love to say, as if I can't leave my room, but I really love my room. And I'm just here sharing what I know, in hopes that it helps somebody. And the Black Rain said I tried to go to other channels, but the younger crowds were too disrespectful. Yeah, they're so very disrespectful. It's really, it's heartbreaking, really. But of course, we know that that's the conditioning and the training, and a lot of us are not equipped to counter it. Because the music they listen to, most of it I like, and it's not necessarily the lyrics, which if I learn them, I'm singing them right along with them. It's the beat, the rhythm that get us caught up, and then we kind of overlook the words. And I'm the kind, I don't want to hear the radio version. If it's an explicit version, I want to hear that version. And so, it's very confusing, I tell you. It is. But I'm a funketeer. I'm a Parliament funketeer, Bootsy Collins type girl. And so I can just, feel the rhythm of the beat with the music that we have today. But it goes far beyond music, but music is very instrumental. Good night, Izetta. Thank you so very much for being here. I appreciate you staying this long. Thank you so much. Catchy say nowadays they use a lot of old school songs in the new music. Yeah, and it's funny when you know the songs from the old, these kids really, it blows their mind. And they're like, you don't know that song. And then you tell them the real song or tell them to just ask YouTube so you can hear it for yourself. The kids go crazy. It's really funny. But I have been here for 3 hours and 33 minutes. And I appreciate everybody being here and staying with me. We didn't really talk in depth about the student throwing the shoe. I kind of really wanted to hear people's opinion about that because I saw that video. I hadn't seen it when Maria told us about it the other day. But I'm just going to tell y'all about it right quick. It was a student in the classroom, and the teacher was up, doing a problem on the board, and the student threw a shoe. It didn't hit her, it went next to her, and the teacher turned around and asked who threw the shoe, and nobody would say anything, and this girl sitting there with her leg up and her shoe off. And so the teacher went and was asking her, did she do it? And the girl was just very rude and very disrespectful. And the teacher asked for the police to come, and she told her that she wanted her out of the classroom to get up and leave, and the girl said she wasn't going nowhere. The teacher kept telling her to get up and leave, and she told her she was a professional, so she was going to remain professional. And the next thing that I know, the officer came in the room. The lady had her to put her shoe back on, and the officer told her she needed to get up and leave. And she told the officer she wasn't going anywhere, and he took her out of the room. Now, what was left out of that equation is that the teacher was an Asiatic female, and the student was European. And we didn't get an opportunity to discuss that because, to me, it doesn't make a difference today. All of these children are very disrespectful. But I thought that was really something, the way that child did the teacher and the way she spoke to her. She had no regard for her being an adult and being the teacher, so much so that the students got upset and was telling her to be quiet and to leave out. Let me see, Black Rain said, we really don't do social media at all. As the Holy Scripture say, a well-traveled man is a very wise man. So I started out trying to spread wisdom, but they're not trying to hear it. Sad. No, they're not. They're not trying to hear it. But I would ask you, please, whosoever will, all you have to do is drop the seed. They have to do the watering and the growing. Our job is to just tell it. And, hopefully somebody will be hungry enough to hear what we're saying and get interested in what we're talking about and, read. That's why I tell people about reading. I have a lot of little videos on the books that I've read, and we were doing the book Toxic Parents. And I did one chapter, was chapter 6, and it was about the verbal abusive parent. No, it was chapter 5 was the verbal abusive parent. Chapter 6 was the physical abusive parent. And when YouTube said when they did the manual review that it wasn't fit for advertisement for everybody, that just kind of disgusted me, because I'm reading from a book written from a psychiatrist, Dr. Susan Ford, world-renowned #1 bookseller. This book was very hot, and it's teaching us about probably why we're the way we are. Some of us, everybody didn't have that experience, but perhaps if you didn't have that experience, you know somebody that did, or maybe it was your experience, or maybe you are the toxic parent. But when they did that, it just kind of threw me for a loop. I just felt like I don't know what to talk about now, because anything you talk about, they can find fault with it. But that can't deter me from why I came here. I understand it's their platform. I try to respect it the best I can. But we got to get the story out. We got to get the word out. And if we don't do it, who's going to do it? I am the light. I'm not of the dark. So if I leave everything to the dark, hoping one day the light come on, that's not how it works. Catchy said, kids today don't fear their parents the way we did growing up. That's so very true. My dad gave us a look, 100. My mom did the belt to the rooter. Yeah, my dad and my mom had that look, but my mom was the disciplinarian too. She didn't play no games. None. And we didn't try none of these tricks these kids do. That's why I was asking earlier if anybody knew anybody that had children and their parents were incarcerated. Perhaps you could spend a little time with that child if they're old enough, and just try to teach them something that, that if the parent would have been present, or you as a parent, or as an aunt or uncle, whoever you are, you don't even have to have children to be motherly or fatherly. Everybody know how they want to be treated. And that's what I know is true. And if you know how you want to be treated, then you know somebody else would like that same treatment. Because everybody matters. Yep, she would be all up under the jailhouse. But you know what I say to that, Catchy? It's some things that's worth going to jail for. And if me disciplining a child that I love would send me there, then I would have to go if that's where they take me. Because I would much rather discipline them. And some people don't think that corporal punishment is discipline, it's abuse. But I don't think so. I think it's anything can be abusive. I think that the verbal abuse is more damaging psyche, to the self-esteem, because we have to remember, self-esteem, nobody can give you that, but they can eat away at it. They can eat away at it. And the way you help a child formulate self-esteem is by building them up. And a lot of us don't do that. And a lot of it is because we didn't have it done for us. You know, some of us had some fantastic parents. Some had some super parents. Some of us had not so good parents. And when they're not so good, the Stockholm syndrome comes in, and the child is more devoted to that person than the child that had the good parents are devoted to their parents. And it's all in the psyche. Who can know how things work? It's awfully hard. But we do the best we can until we learn better. And you know, people love to say all these little sayings. You know, when you learn better, you do better. That sounds real cute, make for a good storyline. But it's people I know better than what they're doing. But they're not doing it. And one thing I know is true. Saying it and doing it is two different things. So we got to be doers and not just sayers. And we don't have a lot of doers. We just don't. And on that note, I'm going to play out my closing songs and call it a night. I thank everybody for being here, Black Rain. Welcome to the Tiger's Den. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And I really, really wish that we had the freedom of speech that they say that the First Amendment give us, where we could talk about those things and come together, organize. But when you do that, you're considered terrorist, and you don't get to do that. Thank you so much, Black Rain. I truly appreciate it. I'm only on live on Sundays and Wednesdays at 8:15. And sometimes I make videos through the week. I have a new channel, and that new channel is just entertainment, unapologetically toothless. And I made that for, these people that talk real bad about me, because I didn't come on here to talk bad and stuff, but, I can talk with the best of them. I just choose not to. I really live in the honor and integrity of my mom and dad and my son and my siblings and my nieces and nephews. And I just want to give the world something better than, your everyday nigger version of life. We all know and have heard what that's like. Most of us grew up in the good old, so we know what that's like. I just wanted to come on here and share unadulterated my life. And that's what I do. Some of my older videos, I may go back. I don't know if I have my video, how I became Toothless Tiger, and my introduction when I first came on. I was inspired by Kwame Brown, and that made me go ahead and do my channel. Most of us came here because of what we thought was us coming together as one, doing something for good for our children and each other, which turned out not to be so. But it didn't turn out that way, but we still can do for our children. And we still can help one another. We can encourage one another and uplift one another, because there's so much putting down. And I'm not saying nobody shouldn't say nothing back to anybody that come at them, because trust me, I do. I really do. And nobody knows what it feels like until it's them, because we can't feel other people's feeling. Now, we can learn from other people's experiences, but most of us, we can't see that far. But until it's you and your family plastered all over YouTube, and you just came on here to have fun or to, share your life, and then, for people to take it and use it against you and start looking up your family and putting them on YouTube, saying all kind of dastardly things about your mom and dad, and they don't even know them. Very disheartening, but it's not bad enough for me wanting to hurt anybody or to allow anyone in my family to hurt anybody. Yeah, it'll never get that deep. Okay. Black Rain said, I love to talk about real issues. My wife and I are both retired military and are both attorneys. We run our own business. We have a lot to offer for those that want it. Oh, that's absolutely beautiful. I need to send you a copy of my judgment that I wrote up and see what you think about it. But because it's last minute, I won't do that. But I'm not an attorney and I don't practice law, but I read a lot. I studied a lot under Taj Tariq Bey, and I learned to start reading. And when this young man defamed me and called me a child predator, then I decided to take him to federal court. And he's made a joke out of it and a mockery, and he gets a lot of donations on talking about me, and that's his business. But I'm doing what I need to do to proceed through the courts. And he told everybody that my lawsuit was fake. It's not. But I'm not trying to prove nothing to anybody, because I don't make the decisions. The court will. I just do what I do. And I try to help other people get encouraged to start reading. Ask Google questions. It's not hard to get started, but the hardest part is to get started. And once you get started, then it kind of gets interesting and intriguing, and then you don't want to stop and you want to know more and more. But it's good to know. It's a lot of retired military people on YouTube. Okay, yeah, that's good. Yeah, and see, the only thing I can do, I look at a lot of the videos and stuff, but that's about all I can do is look at the videos and learn myself and research. But I tell you, people really need to wake up, because a lot of things that are happening are really happening. And that's why I really love watching Sister T and Iceberg's gardens. My mom used to have a big, beautiful garden in our backyard. And people should know. They should know the prices of food now. And, salaries are not going up. Boy, I tell you, they ought to know that it's real and something is going to change for us one day, and we're not going to be prepared. We're just not going to be prepared. What branch of the military are you guys retired from? I should say from the armed forces, what branches were you guys in? Okay. I had a brother that was in the Army, 101 First Division. I guess it's called 101 Airborne Division. And then I had a brother that was in the Air Force. And many of cousins. One of my favorites, he was in the Marines. Simplify. And his brother was in the Air Force. And then he has a son and a granddaughter that was in the Navy. I have quite a few in the military, and I have a cousin that's retired Army. Most of them were in the Army. And my other cousin, his son was in the Navy. Yeah, so we have quite a few military. My daddy brothers was in what, World War II, but I don't know. I think it was the World War II. Might have been Korean War. But whatever it was, I don't even know what branch of the military he was in. 100 and okay. Oh, okay. My brother was there, believe it or not, on the ground behind the wall in Vietnam a week before shrapnel hit the tank he was driving. And he was a paraplegic. He lived about 2, maybe 3 years after his injuries. They flew him to Long Beach, and then he came to Fort Sam Houston. We're here in Texas. We live in Dallas, Texas, but he went to Fort Sam Houston in San Antonio. But he was at Long Beach for a while. And then he passed at the age of 23. Mm-hmm. I bet you y'all do. What area of law do y'all practice? And I guess I should say, if you don't mind me asking, because that might be a little too deep. One of my son's best friends, he's a probate attorney, and he came on. That's what I used to do, Black Rain. I used to have interviews. I used to come on Sundays and Tuesdays. And on Tuesdays, I was only on for an hour. But I did an interview with my son's friends, or anybody that was an entrepreneur and just kind of wanted to be put out. I used to do interviews, and that was a really beautiful hour until all this craziness started happening, and these people pulled me into this craziness. And so I didn't want to invite people on here that really are just trying to live their lives, been to school, struggling, and being entrepreneurs and then have to see themselves all over social media. So I stopped interviewing people and just started doing it myself on Tuesdays. And then I changed it to Wednesdays because there was a lot of conflicting schedules. And I changed it to Wednesdays. But today is whatever day because, everybody come on at whatever time. And that's fine. I just come on at the same time twice a week, 8:15 on Sundays and 8:15 on Wednesdays. And now it's football season. So I'm really, really honored that people came and actually, enjoyed and participated. That really means a lot. But whether it's me by myself or me three, me and however many that show up, I'm glad to be here and I'm going to give you everything that I have when I'm here. Criminal defense specialized forensic. Ooh, forensic litigation. Well, that sure sound good. Woo. Y'all pretty deep, Black Rain. You're right, Catchy. I love it. Y'all deep. Baby, I know you cold with that research. What state are you guys in? Black Rain, what state are you in? Yeah, because you'd be doing some serious stuff. What state are you guys in? Okay, y'all in Tampa. You won't believe this case. I would love to tell you about it. It's really, really, really funny. And it's not funny, but it's a workers' comp case that my sister has. She was a paraprofessional in the school district, and this young boy jerked her lanyard around her neck and pulled her to the ground and tore her rotator cuff. And that happened 6 years ago. We've been fighting. And I say we because she represents herself and actually she presents herself. And I do all the research. And this lawyer that they paying all of these hundreds of dollars to have totally messed up this case. But my little research skills, and I'm nowhere close, I was able to find so much. And I just would love to tell you about this case. It's just downright pathetic, but I know how it goes, and we just have to keep on doing what we're doing. And we've been waiting for her to go to court and waiting for her to go to court. And I just knew that this judge was, I don't know why I knew this, but fair and impartial. They normally, they're supposed to go by their law. And we're dealing with the statute issue. And she just act like we didn't show her nothing. And so now we're getting ready. She's applied for a plea to the jurisdiction. And we also put in for an appeal. It's crazy. And I'm saying we, but she's doing all of her talking. I'm just doing the research. And we've been in this case for 6 years. And we've been through district court twice. And this lawyer, he is so rude and mean, and he called her despicable. And I'm like, golly. I looked up despicable in my old dictionary that I had, and it says that the definition was nothing that was more hated than a learned woman. I'm like, boy, that's really sad. But it is what it is. We're going to keep on fighting until the end. Something is going to give. I don't know what. But, they don't know we're resilient people, so we just have to keep doing what we do. Keep doing what we do. Well, that's awesome. Y'all in forensics. Y'all have some brilliant minds. All I can do with forensics is look at it on TV or YouTube. I can't even wrap my mind around the things you guys know. That's so very true. That is so very true. Boy, that's awesome. Yeah. That's why they tell you to get you a good lawyer. Because, baby, they have their own language. And your paper can look just like their paper. But your outcome can be totally different. But it was one case we won when our house caught a fire and we rebuilt, and these contractors tried to take our money. And we ended up hiring this big law firm because my son had a friend that worked there. And they were just really just taking our money. And so I started researching, and we went to court ourselves. And we won the judgment. Of course, the person didn't pay. Catchy say, oh, you said that, Black Ray. She the shooter. For real, though. But you say, Catchy, it sounds like it was an important something. It is. She flew helicopters. Yeah, that's on the Farilla. Your story alone is awesome. Black Rain is absolutely beautiful. On that note, guys, I guess I'll get ready to say good night. Oh, that's absolutely beautiful. How long y'all been married? I'm like Astor. I love a beautiful love story. Yes, ma'am. 34 years. Absolutely beautiful. I've done two things for 34 years. That's lived and worked. Yeah, that's absolutely awesome. We have 10 people stayed with us. That's absolutely beautiful. If anybody is here that forgot to hit the like button, please hit the like button. We have 28 likes. So if anybody forgot to hit the like button, please hit the like button for me before you leave. Been together 37 years. That's absolutely beautiful. Please come back. We enjoyed you too. We pretty laid back. Like I said, I was really grappling for topics to talk about because with the way they've been, rating our videos, I didn't know what I could talk about or what I couldn't, because that just really kind of took me aback when they did my chapter 6 like that. But my goal is that I really didn't come here for that. I wanted the extra stream of income, but whatever I get, I get. And so I'm going to just do what I do as long as somebody can take something away from anything that I say, then I'm pleased. And that's why I'm here. And hopefully that, somebody will hear something that I say and it will help them. I've had several people tell me that they've started purchasing the books, that I give the names of the books and I tell a little bit about them. I have she's my friend and she used to be my manager. She's written 2 books and she's on her 3rd book. And then I had another co-worker. She wrote a book about children visiting their parent in prison for the first time. Her grandbaby, she used to have to take to go see her son, which is her grandbaby's father. And she wrote a book about it, and it's a cute book. And then I have a friend, she has a PhD, and she wrote a book on being different. She was adopted. And so she was telling the children, she wrote a children's book, that being different makes you unique. And she's doing real well with the sale of her book. And so we have a lot of beautiful people with a lot of talent. And I really hate that we're not showcasing it here on YouTube for the world to see. But these people are envious and they really try to get you off of your game, whatever it is, they try to get you off of it. But like I said, to thine own self be true. And if you're true to yourself, you'll be true to everybody, whether they appreciate or like your truth or not. At least you'll be who you are. And there is no greater person than whoever you are. That's the way I feel about me. And I try to encourage everyone to feel that way about themselves. Oh, that is fantastic. Yeah, it is a lot of people that visit people, and a lot of people that don't talk about it either. And that's how we miss out on a lot of things, because we have so many secrets. And people really haven't gotten to the stage to understand you're only as sick as your secrets. So that's why a lot of us can't get help. We're too busy trying to hide instead of going through whatever our experience is. We all fall short. And my saying is, we all fall short of others' expectations, sometimes even our own. But that's another story. On that note, I'm going to leave the tiger's den, and I'm going to leave y'all with a couple of my little going away songs. And we'll start out remembering CJ. In remembrance of CJ. Drove the hearse Cadillac. A crowd of people gathered round, all dressed in black. And as they removed his body from the car, such pain she never knew, it filled her heart. Why, oh why, I heard his mother cry. But oh Lord, it was the beginning of her end. Justice for CJ. Did you know that mental health is a family affair? It's a family affair. It's a family affair. It's a family affair. It's a family affair. Well, one child grows up to be somebody that just loves to learn, and another child grows up to be somebody you just love to burn. Mama loves the both of them. You see, it's in the blood. Both kids are good to mom. Blood's thicker than the mud. It's a family affair. It's a family affair. It's a family affair. Oh, a family affair. It's a family affair. It's a family affair. Nobody wants to blow. Nobody wants to be left out. You can't leave because your heart is there. But you can't stay because you've been somewhere else. You can't cry because you look broke down, but you're crying anyway because you're all broke down. It's a family affair. It's a family affair. It's a family affair. Well, it's a family affair. Hey, Hey. In a mother's love, you will find everything's alright. To a mother's love, you are bound. You can rest on sacred ground. You are free to dream, because she sees what you can be. I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us how we used to be. Everybody's searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. I never found anyone to fulfill my needs. A lonely place to be, so I learned to depend on me. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I fail, if I succeed, at least I live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity, because the greatest love of all is happening to me. I found the greatest love of all inside of me. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all.